And then, so once we say go, you'll run to your cart, get in, helmet on, gloves on. Once you're fully seatbelted in and everything is on, then your teammate can start your cart and you can go. So that's for green flag. Obviously, white flag, you have one lap left, and then checker flag, you're done. Now for the warning flags, so we have yellow. This one is for the corner you see it at and just beyond. Once you pass the wreck or pass the corner that this flag is flashing or waving, you can go back to your normal speed. When you see a red flag, this is a full track stop. It means we either need to get a car out of the track, someone wrecked real bad, whatever it means. This is a full stop, not a crawl to a stop. This is come to a complete stop as safely and as quickly as possible. We will be watching to make sure that people don't stop and then try and like creep up a position or something. If you see this black flag, this is our, not necessarily your in trouble flag, but so if you have a seatbelt mount coming off, if you have something wrong with your car, if your lights aren't working, this is a, you need to pull into the pit and we'll tell you if you're in trouble or if you have something wrong with your car you can fix, if your transponder is not working correctly. So this isn't necessarily you're done for the race, but this is a, hey, you need to get into the pit as soon as possible. Any questions on flags or anything? Yeah. So for instance, so if a cart comes in here and spins out on this inside corner, that corner is going to be throwing a yellow flag. So you're going to slow down through that corner. Once you get past the cart that's wrecked and you no longer see a yellow flag, you can continue to go. Once you see that yellow flag, you can start slowing down. But that is for, so for instance, if that corner starts yellow flagging, before you get, halfway from here to there, you need to be slowing down to a minimal idle. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys, for being here. One other thing is that remember, this is an enduro. Do we remember what that means? Yeah, okay. This is not the sprints. Sprints are coming up in April, where you go all out to get to the finish line first. This is an enduro. How many times can you go around this track? And the goal is to beat Righteous Rights. That's the goal that's out there, okay? Because they beat my son last time, we got to beat them this time, okay? So, make sure you remember that it is an enduro. Therefore, I love to see competitive driving. Love it to death. But if it gets over-aggressive, you'll get the flag. We'll talk, and if that continues, it'll be done for you. Okay? Just that simple. Okay? We want this race to continue on, and we're very grateful to LeTourneau University for allowing us to do this. So we don't want to ruin it by being less than stellar. Okay? So just pay attention. If you have any questions, come on up here. You guys will tell you what you need to know. And if there's any other questions, just reach out. Okay? Anything else right now? You guys have any? You all good? You have to pit at least once every 30 minutes. Okay? I'm sorry, hour. Because the history of that is we used to run an 8-hour race. So you don't want to do that. So we limit it to 1 hour per driver. Okay? In my history of the enduros, we haven't seen many people do an hour. Okay? And if you have any other thoughts or concerns, please come up to the desk. Okay? Is that it? Yeah. Orange vest is where you want to go. Ask questions. Streamline is on Instagram. Don't know what that means. Oh, the link. Okay, there you go. Okay, let's pray, guys. Then we'll get started. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the beauty of the weather, perfect weather for racing. Father, we're grateful to you for orchestrating that for us. Father, I'd like to thank you for everyone who's come out to race today. We would ask you to keep everyone safe, harmed. I pray, Father, for just an overall wonderful evening of racing. Father, we ask you to help us to be challenged in fixing carts, racing them. Help us, everyone, to be wise, making good decisions. We pray, Father, most of all, you to protect them. Father, we want to say thank you for your many blessings in our lives. None other more
Testing, 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 check, 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 check. And here we are back at the race. And we are coming back in. Well, I'll be talking about it. And we're coming back into the race. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just doing a bit of an audio check. Don't mind us.
Hey, real quick, if you have already gotten your transponder checked and you are good to go, if you can make your way over to the starting line, we will start getting carts lined up. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, check. And we're coming back into the race, and we're coming. And here we go, here we go. Check, 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 testing. Testing, 1, 2, testing.
Check 1, 2. Can you hear me saying check 1, 2? Is it loud? Check 1, 2.
I'll just turn it off for now.
Okay.
But make sure you turn it off when I'm not. Oh, yes.
Champs, you're live on me. Okay. Are you live on me right now?
And ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready to start our spring 2026 Enduro race.
I don't have a headset, so you'll have to call me out when it's. I suppose you'll be yelling it anyways.
Just doing a few last minute track
Check 1 2,
repairs,
check 1 2.
ladies and gentlemen, and then
Check
we will
1
be
2.
getting started with our Enduro race.
I learn better than everybody else. I don't
starting here in a few minutes. Make sure everything's locked down. Give me a final check. All good?
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are having our final instructions before we get this race started. We have a camera in the field this year, right now being operated by one of our very own Auto Society members.
Here we go.
And we are getting ready to start the race.
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Now this is what we call a Le Mans style start. That means all the drivers have to run to their cars, get in it, and then start it. They don't get to start running, which adds another level of difficulty. And here we go, we got the first car off, and you can just see how much time somebody can make up. Looks like we've got some trouble here getting the racer in. And here comes our second, third, fourth, fifth, and here we go. They're all about off, getting started on this enduro race. It's going to be a 6-hour-long race, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be plenty of racing to watch as we see these last couple of cars get started. Looks like we just got one more car. Maybe some starting difficulty. It's been known to happen. The car can't get started. And it looks like all of the carts are off, starting to come around this track, coming around that first corner past the starting line. And this race is officially underway. Brought to you by Auto Society since 1953, addressing all of your campus auto needs. major crashes or hiccups as far as mechanical failures on these carts. So we will have to see if they can keep that up in the next 6 hours. Alrighty, we've got our first yellow flag. This just requires carts to slow down to a much slower speed. Usually happens when a cart stalls or spins out, and they're just a little caution to tell drivers to watch out for something upcoming on the track. couple minutes, probably the next 10 to 15 minutes, we'll start to see people come into the pit row. There is a hard limit on how long somebody can drive for, that being an hour, but people rarely get that much because all this racing really takes a toll on your body. We are coming around the corner back again. Have a lap leader who's starting to set himself apart, but we really won't know who's really in the lead. Starts keep racing. we have just seen a kart have to leave the track as his roll cage came loose somehow and was dragging behind him. Hopefully they'll be able to fix that in the pits. We have seen people in the past bust out the welder to make some repairs on their carts. We'll see if they have to do that. Maybe it's just a couple of bolts that are the issue. As soon as we get an update or see them back on the track, we will let you all know. And it appears that we may have had a bumper come loose somewhere on the track, and so that kart will have to come into the pits and get that repaired. But their race is not over. We've got hours of time left, and there's plenty of time to make a comeback with some good, steady driving, and some consistent driving at that. And here is Bugs with an update on our current leaders.
All right, thank you, Gringo. We've got Unchained Consortium. That's kart 103 in first place. They've got 38 laps so far. And then in second place, we've got Righteous Rides number 98, a 4-stroke open. Then we've got Yellow Jacket Racing number 67 in third. Magic Smoke, that's our electric kart. They're in fourth place. And then Gannon's Monkeys, kart number 36, is in fifth place. Raptor Racing behind them with Yellow Jacket 23 and then 68. Action Racing in ninth place. Yellow Jacket Racing. And that's our lineup for the race so far. We're going to bring you an update, and the first hour is finished. Over to Gringo.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some karts have some issues, but that's to be expected. It's what separates the good teams from the great teams are not only those who can drive well, but those who can keep their karts up and running this entire race. Because a lot of these go-karts, they've never been driven this long before if this is their first enduro. So you see a lot of problems that you really have no way to test unless you want to go drive for 6 hours in a parking lot in circles, which surprisingly not many people want to do, Bugs. But so we are just getting started, almost at the 30-minute mark, and we will be back to you in a little bit with some more updates. And Gannon's Monkeys cart number 2 seems to be out. It is currently being pushed back to the pits. We're not quite sure what's wrong with it at the moment, but it is for sure not driving. They made it about 30 minutes, Bugs.
Yes, and this kart was retired from the MK racing team, so this has been a veteran kart. It's been through a lot of races. It wasn't looking very bright. They've only had 1 day to prepare for this race, Gringo, and so it's kind of a throw it together and hope it works for this race. So I'm not surprised to see that one being towed back to the pits.
Yeah, a surprising amount of these carts seem to be thrown together in 1 or 2 sleepless nights the day before the race, and the people that really prepare weeks or even months in advance are usually the ones that do the best, because you really got to have your go-kart running well and run very tight. You know, a single loose bolt that you miss could end your night.
That's right, and Righteous Rides, that's the team to beat. They got their track record last race, and that was last year in the fall. And so everybody here at the drivers' meeting, you can hear them all, they were talking about they're the one to beat. They're chasing Righteous Rides. And something that's interesting is they're not in first place. They're in 4th place behind Unconstrained Consortium, Yellow Jacket 67, and Magic Smoke. So they're not up there, and they're only racing 1 kart this year, Gringo. They're only racing their 4-stroke, so they raced their 2-stroke. That was the kart that they were able to get the track record with. So we're going to see how they do this race.
And just a reminder that this event is brought to you by the LeTourneau Automotive Society, handling all campus needs since 1953. Just to answer some of the questions we're getting in our YouTube chat, the longest it was is we used to do an 8-hour race and we had somebody drive the entire 8 hours. That was before we had the 1-hour limit in place, because it not only hurt his driving performance towards the end of the race, but also left a physical toll on his body, as racing often does. So that he is the reason, in fact, that we have limits. Right now, people do go an hour. Those are usually the smaller teams with only 2 or 3 drivers, but these big teams like Yellow Jacket Racing, they'll swap drivers every 25 to 35 minutes. Our track length is about 790 yards. I'm not smart enough to convert that to miles. I'll let you guys do that at home, but it's about an 800-yard track. And up on the screen right now, this is our current lap leaders, Unchained Consortium with 55. They've got a pretty hefty lead on all the competition. And then after that, it's a real tight pack with 47, 46, 42, and 41 laps. So, you know, first place is still anybody's ball game. We've got 5.5 hours of driving left. Anything can happen, you know. He could snap a chain, bend an axle, and could be out for an hour or two. So nobody has locked this race up. And even the people who are way in the back, maybe only 28 or 30 laps, they could still come and take this race for themselves. What do you got to say about that, Bugs?
So what I'm seeing here is Unchained Consortium, they're given a good look at, if they can keep up this pace, they're going to be able to finish this race in first place. But again, it's all about consistency. We're only 30 minutes into this race. That's not a whole lot. So we've got a lot of racing to see, and it's all about consistency. And I think a two-stroke, that's Unchained Consortium, they're running a two-stroke. That's going to be a hard kart to keep running for the whole race. But if they can keep it running, that's going to be a really fast kart, so they're going to be able to keep that lead going. So we're going to see some really fast times today. We're going to see a really consistent pace. They're going to be able to take this track record.
Yeah, so we've often seen the fastest cars struggle to make it the distance. I mean, to make a car drive fast in a circle is one thing, but to make it drive fast in that circle for 6 straight hours, that's a whole nother level of not just driving, but of engineering of the car. So it will, well, we'll have to see. We will bring you another lap leaders update in probably another 30 minutes.
So, again, with Unchained Consortium, we're seeing their best time is 33 seconds. That was their best lap time. And the next fastest car is the electric car for the 38.6 as their best lap time. So, again, that two-stroke is just blowing the karts out of the water with the lap times. They're running some really fast laps. They're not letting up. They're not going slow. So, if they can keep it consistent, they're going to have a really good chance at winning this race.
And coming soon, we are going to have a man in the field interview, bringing something new this year. And so we will have our man in the pits doing an interview with some racing members. That will be brought to you in the next 5 or 10 minutes. So stay tuned for that, folks.
Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. Just testing our man in the field equipment right now, folks. That microphone is ready to go.
Check 1, 2.
You're in the wrong spot on the far. We see, folks, we've got a yellow flag as a cart is getting pushed off of the course, and we are about to start our in-person, in the fields, in the pit, bringing you the live, raw emotions from this race into the pits.
I'm reporter Sneeze, and I'm here with
Jacob Totes.
And we're just gonna ask him a few questions. So, who are you here racing with?
With Yellow Jacket Racing.
And how many carts do you have out tonight?
Currently, we have 4 carts.
Wow, that's quite a few. Do you know how many active racers do you have?
Close to 15.
Wow. So, can you tell me a little bit more about Yellow Jacket Racing and what you do here?
So we're a school-centric club. Unlike a lot of these other guys are either just their own organizations or just like groups that want to come out and race and have a cart, so them and their buddies. But because we are a club, we do receive some funding from the school. We do work with the Senate, and then we participate in every single one of these events.
Yeah, and we're glad to have you. So, have you run into any major problems with your cart so far? We're about an hour in, so...
Broken chain, broken bumper, broken roll cage, another broken bumper, and a couple of choke issues.
All right, so nothing too major, it sounds like.
Nothing's broken so far. Everything has just been falling off, which is good. In the endurance race, if something falls off, you can duct tape it and zip tie it back on and keep on going.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you have plenty of people and you have everything under control, so thank you for interviewing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the newest member of our team. That is the newest member of our team, Sneeze. We always say, me and Bugs, we've got the voices for radio, but we don't got the looks to be on TV, but Sneeze certainly does. She is now going to go find another person to interview to bring you more information straight from the pits. So everybody give Sneeze a warm welcome to the Automotive Society live stream team.
And that's here at the command center. We're going to be giving you some updates about the leaderboard here. We've got Unchained Consortium still in first place. We've got Magic Smoke in second. Righteous Rides has moved up. Righteous Rides is currently in third place. They're moving up. They're looking to see if they can get back into first place. They're only 2 laps behind second. Righteous Ride has been making some good ground. They're averaging 46 seconds a lap. And again, we have an 800-yard track. That's a half mile. So that's making some quick time. And they're in a good spot to take this first place trophy if they can keep it up. All right, folks, and here we are bringing you another interview with Sneeze in the pits. Let's take it away to Sneeze.
Hi, I'm reporter Sneeze, and I am here with
Jacob Ramaley.
and they are on the Righteous Rides team. So, Jacob, currently you are in third place.
Yeah.
In the past, you have pretty much dominated the enduro races, so you're a little bit behind. What's your plan for getting back?
Well, we lost a bumper, and we had to we had to get that reattached. That cost us, I think, a few laps, but I think we're making up time on a few people, so we hope to make it. Hopefully we don't have any more problems the rest of the night. That's usually how we have success, is we don't have a lot of breakdowns. So.
Do you know how long you have been running this or like participating in this endurance race?
We've been doing it, I think, 4 or 5 years now. I think, yeah.
Well, we have a great longtime supporter here, so we'll check back in further in the night just to let you go. Thank you.
And that was another interview with Sneeze in the pit. We will be bringing you those a little bit later in the races to see how folks are feeling as the night goes on. And right now, we're just going to let these carts drive. All right, folks, and as they were leaving the pits, our reporter Sneeze noticed that there were some people doing some repairs and wanted to stop in and let you folks know a little bit more and get to see what's happening in the pits. So take it away, Sneeze.
Hi. So in the background we have Hawk Racing, and they are currently repairing an axle. So repairing an axle is honestly one of the worst repairs to do mid-race, just because it involves so much with taking off all the tires, all the chains, all your sprockets and everything. But it looks like here we have our president, Benji. Say hi.
How y'all doing today? Great having y'all looking at our stream. I hope you guys are enjoying our races, and yeah, have a great time, y'all. Good seeing y'all.
Thanks, Benji. All right, but it looks like they have everything pretty well under control, and I hope to see them back in the race again soon. So, thank you.
Well, folks, I don't know about you, but I definitely feel like I just learned something right there. So I want to give all the thanks to Sneeze for doing such an amazing reporting job, and you will be sure to see her again later in the night.
Yeah, glad to see Kristen or Sneeze doing a great debut for her reporting in the field. We're going to have some great live footage here for you, and also some great interviews for the drivers. And so we're going to get you the full experience from these enduro races. And we are officially an hour into this race, and our first leader is Magic Smoke now. They just passed Unconstrained Consortium, and they've got 70 laps so far, with their best lap being 38 seconds, but they're averaging under 45 seconds a lap, and that's the biggest thing, is your average lap time. Unconstrained Consortium, their best lap time is a 33-second lap, but their average time is 44 seconds, so just behind Magic Smoke. So we'll keep you guys updated on how this race is going. Over. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we have a little cart guide right after turn 4. They're pushing her in right now. We do have the yellow line. And it looks like we've got a black flag on the track. Kurt got black flag. He'll be in the morning. I think he might be able to be out on the track again. Again, we take the safety seriously at these races, so if drivers are passing unsafely or driving in an unsafe manner, we're going to have to pull them off the track. So this is the first time that happened tonight. We'll keep you updated on his race performance, but we'll see if he's going to be back in these races. All right, folks, on the screen right now, we've got a live update at our current race leaders. Right now, 88 laps is in the lead. That's Magic's boat. That is that two-stroke cart that's able to get around the track. Or that's that electric cart, I'm sorry. Obviously, they get some acceleration in the corners. It's all instant torque. Followed by Righteous Rides. They've clawed back into second place. They are about 8 laps back. And then followed by that is Unchained Consortium. So already we're starting to see the race leaders change. And they will continue to change as the night goes on. We've already seen, I think, 3 or 4 cars come into the pits for the repairs. And we are currently hearing that somebody's doing a full engine swap. They blew up their engine and happen to have a second one sitting around. So they're planning to swap that engine in there. How long do you think that'll take, Bugs? You know, it depends on their pit crew. If they've got some great guys in the pits that can swap an engine quickly, they can be back on the track in who knows how long. It could be 15 minutes, and they could be back on the road. But the thing is, it really just depends on their pit crew and how skilled they got. Their members are. Again, our race update, Unchained Consortium, they're in 4th place now. They were our fastest lap. But again, it's all about consistency. They've just hit 70 laps. But they are about 20 laps behind the leader, which is Magic Smoke. Again, that electric cart, they've been able to swap batteries. They have a couple sets of batteries so that they can charge them while they're racing and then pull into the pits, swap batteries, and keep racing. So that's a really good advantage for that electric cart. That's the one thing. We've had a couple electric carts racing these races, especially the sprints, but in the Enduro, they've always struggled with having the batteries charged to keep them racing. It's not just like you can fill up your gas tank and keep racing. So we'll keep an updated. Looks like we've got a wreck on the track. Some team members racing to get to the cart that's stopped in the middle of the track.
Yeah, it looks like we've had somebody with their engine stalled, and it looks like they're not going to be able to fix it before they can get it out, so they're just going to pick that cart up and take it out so it's not a hazard for any other cars.
And that is Hawk Racing. So that is Team 41. It's a racing team from Dorm 41. That's over in Thomas. And that's really cool to see a floor doing a go-kart team. Isn't that right, Gringo? I love to see teams that are putting together a racing team from communities around campus. We've had a couple different teams that have been from communities like the Mukapa Kart and a couple other ones, and you'll love to see it. Love to see students racing and getting involved, not just in Yellow Jacket Racing or Auto Society, but with just teams from floors and different clubs and saying, hey, let's put together a racing team and getting the cart ready. So love to see that. They've had some trouble in these races. They've only been able to put up a couple laps, and who knows if they're going to stay this race. We'll see them back in the pits to see if they can get their cart back together.
Just a reminder, folks, this race is brought to you by the LeTourneau Auto Society. LeTourneau Auto Society, the place to solve your car's problems. Since 1953, we put on all of the go-kart races, and we're also going to have a car show coming up on March 7th. So be sure to stop by and come check out some awesome cars. And folks, you're seeing here we've got another black flag. In case you missed the last explanation, you can be black flagged for one of two reasons. The first is that you're driving dangerously and endangering the other drivers. We don't really have to give out a lot of those. Everybody here drives pretty nice. But the second, far more common one is something has gone wrong with your cart that oftentimes the driver doesn't notice, and so for safety reasons they have to pull to the pit. In this case, this cart did not have a tail light. The red light on the back of his car went out, meaning he's got to pull in and get that fixed. Other times a seatbelt will come loose, or we'll notice something hanging off the cart that could endanger that driver and any others. So we black flag them, which means get into the pits immediately, and luckily they always usually listen, so we don't have a problem with that. All right, coming back to you guys, this is Bugs. We're seeing a lot of carts down right now. There are only 5 carts on the track currently racing. Looks like it's Yellow Jacket and a few others. We've got Gannon's Monkeys down in the pit. They're swapping an engine. And Kart 41, they're down in the pits. It looks like Righteous Rides might also be in the pits. There's a lot of carts in the pits. What do you think is going to be the end-all be-all for this race, Gringo? Yeah, we've certainly got a lot of cars down and out right now. I think we'll see some of these come back. You know, they might be in for a driver swap or refilling with gas, and so they're only out for a few minutes. But, I mean, we started with 13 carts. We're running. There's about 5 on the track right now. I think we'll probably end the race with 8, 9, maybe 10 carts. It's fairly rare for carts to go out permanently at this point in the race. Most of the issues are usually small and fixable, not night-ending. But there definitely will be some. I would be shocked if all 13 carts were on the track for that final couple laps, Bugs.
That's right. Normally we see about half of the carts finish the whole race and be able to finish against that checkered flag at the end of the race. So we're looking at a small racing pack right now, but it looks like hopefully that there'll be a few more carts coming back into the race. Again, Magic Smoke isn't on the track, and they're in the first place. Unchained Consortium, they're still on the track. They're making up some ground. Righteous Rise is not on the track, so hopefully they can get back on the track and start making up some ground. They've fallen back into 4th place, and so that's going to make catching up to first place even harder for them. But they're only a couple laps behind. They're at 81 laps here, so they could easily make up that ground. But Magic Smoke, back on the track, now is almost at 100 laps and an hour and 15 minutes into this race. We'll keep you updated when these cars come back on the track. And that is it for now. Bugs from the command center. I just want to give a big shout out to Brody, our camera guy, giving you these amazing shots tonight on all of our camera footage from our live stream. And again, these races are put on by Auto Society. It's on by years and years, and it takes all of us to do it. And so appreciate all of the Auto Society members setting up the track and making these races. And looks like we've got some more karts coming back on the track. We've got about half the races on this track. It looks like we just broke 100 laps by Magic Smoke, and Unchained Consortium is getting close to breaking that 100 lap mark also.
And it looks like we've got a yellow flag coming through turn 1. Somebody's in the tires, and our wonderful corner marshals have gotten them out and back on track.
The chicanes there are supposed to slow you down for those corners because we have a long straightaway where you can build up a lot of speed, and drivers, they like to go fast to the corners. We put the chicanes there just to make this track a little safer so that it forces you to group up and not pass in the corners there.
All right, folks, checking in at about the hour and 30-minute mark for our updated lap totals. Magic Smoke, that electric cart, is leading with 116, followed by Unchained Consortium with 103 laps, followed by Raptor Racing with 96 laps, and Righteous Rides with 89. Those are your top four, kind of that first pack. Following that is 3 Yellow Jacket racing cars with 80, 80, and 74 laps. And then after that, we drop down to Action Racing 96 at 70, and then Dilly Racing at 60, or at 48, I'm sorry. So those are your updated lap totals with your race leaders. And we will have to see how they change as we go through the race. Bugs, do you think that this is going to be kind of what the order has settled down into? Do you expect any changes as the night progresses?
Gringo, I think there's going to be a big change in this race lineup because Unchained Consortium, if they can hold on to this pace, they've got faster lap times. I think they're going to be pushing towards first place. But the thing is, there's a lot of contenders for the top 3. And keep in mind, folks, that there's going to be 4 different classes for first place finish trophy tonight. There's going to be the stock class. They have a 212 engine, and you've got to have a governor on it. And they've got a bunch of rules around what you can do to your engine. There's a 4-stroke open class where you can have a 250cc engine, and there's no limits to any modifications you can do beyond that. Then we have our 125 2-stroke class. Any modifications available, just that max cc limit. And then we have our electric class, and we have a 5 kilowatt motor as our power limit for our electric carts. And so our leader here is an electric cart, but again, they're only racing against that first place for electric, and then that second place racer, Unchained Consortium, they're racing in the 2-stroke class. So they're different classes, but again, all these drivers want to be the top finisher for this race, just to claim that notoriety there. And also, they're chasing that lap or track record of over 460 laps. And we'll see if they can get there. That was set by Righteous Rides and their cart 940, and that was last year in the fall, and that was driven by Matt Gustafson. right, Bugs coming at you. We're gonna have a update with the cart that blew up their engine. That's Gannon's Monkeys, and we'll be coming with an interview shortly. But here we have an update with our race leader, Magic Smoke number 42, and they are at 138 laps. They're averaging 46 seconds a lap, with their best lap being 38 seconds. And in second place, we have Raptor Racing number 07. That's a new second place leader for the stock class. They've just passed Untrained Consortium, who is in third place with 118 laps. They're only separated by 1 lap. And close in fourth place is Righteous Rise number 98 with 117 laps. And 2 teams from Yellow Jacket Racing have just passed the 100 lap mark. That is Kart 942 and Kart 68. 68. And then in 7th place we have Action Racing. They've been moving up the ranks, passing Yellow Jacket Racing 23 since the last update. And in 9th place we've got Billy Racing number 2 and Yellow Jacket 67 behind them. And then pulling up the caboose, we've got Gannon's Monkeys 36, Hawk Racing 41, and then Gannon's Other Monkeys. And I believe both of Gannon's carts are in the pits, and we'll be coming with a live interview with them soon.
One of Gannon's Monkeys carts was just repaired. They completed their full engine swap, and it is back on the racetrack.
Okay, an update from Gringo. We have one of Gannon's carts back on the racetrack. That's exciting. We'll still get that interview with the pit crew and whoever the driver is whenever they come back into the pits. And so we'll get an update to see how they're going. It looks like that's going to be Kart 36. It's going around the track. We just saw them pass the finish line. So, Gringo, with Gannon's Monkeys back in the race, how long do you think they're going to be in this race? Do you think they're going to finish the whole race with this new engine on their kart?
Well, assuming this is a stock engine, I think they'll have a good shot. This engine that they blew, they actually rebuilt themselves, and we believe, to my best of the understanding, although they were more focused on getting their kart fixed than talking to me, was the bottom end of their engine had been rebuilt, and something wasn't tightened down all the way, causing their piston rings to shear. So they've got a new one in there, and we'll see if this engine is more reliable than the one they were using before. Alrighty, folks, we are about 5 minutes from the 2-hour mark of this race. The current race leaders are still Magic Smoke with 150 laps. That electric cart is doing lap times a lot faster. Their average lap time is about 2 seconds faster than, oh, I'm sorry. Their average lap time is about 7 seconds faster than all of the carts behind them. Just that acceleration they get from those electric motors is a lot faster than anything these gas carts can do. In second place is Unchained Consortium. They're at 129 laps, and hot on their heels are both Righteous Rise and Raptor Racing at 128 each. Ooh, 129 now, so they're all neck and neck fighting for that second place spot. Then we have Yellow Jacket Racing at 115 laps, Yellow Jacket Racing at 111 laps, and Action Racing at 96 laps. Those are your top 7 leaders right now. And we are about 2 hours into this 6-hour race, so we're not even halfway, folks. This is a long race. These carts have a long way to go, and we'll see if they can hold together and keep running for the remaining 4 hours.
And we've got a cart that looks like to have spun out on corner 1 again, right before the finish line. And it looks like they can't get that cart started, so they're going to get the safety team, those corner guys from Auto Society, to pull them off the track. They'll be off the track until their pit crew can come and get them to help fix that cart up, get it back on the track. Update on the cart that crashed on corner 1. That was cart 41, Hawk Racing, and they are going to be out of the race for a little bit because they bent their axle on the curb. So they will be out of the race for a little bit, seeing if they can get a replacement for that axle. Alrighty, folks, we are going to have our interview with team leader of Gannon's Monkeys, Gannon, in just a few minutes to talk about the engine troubles that they were having. So we are on the way to the pits to get that interview and bring it to you exclusively on the Automotive Society live stream.
All right, folks, on the screen you can see our interview candidate is making sure his cart is ready to go. Looks like they're having a little trouble starting that cart. As soon as they're able to get that back onto the racetrack, we will have Gannon for an interview. So hang tight.
Just a quick race update. We've got Righteous Rides in second place now. They've just passed Yellow Jacket 942 in Raptor Racing. Unchained Consortium is in fifth place. They've dropped down a few places since we've last updated y'all, and they still have the fastest lap time, but they're not able to put up those consistent laps that it takes to win this race. They've got to make up a lot of ground now to get back into that top leaderboard.
All right, folks, unfortunately, our exclusive In the Pits interview with the leader of Gannon's Monkeys may have to be postponed as their cart is not working again, and obviously we don't want to distract them from the important work that they're doing. They're currently adding some gas next to the cart. So they're going to see if they can get this cart started, and if they can, we will bring you an interview. And if not, we'll be back to more kart racing until we can. Alrighty, folks, we have finally tracked him down, and we are about to bring you an exclusive interview with Gannon of Gannon's Monkeys. They blew their motor earlier, and our wonderful sideline reporter Sneeze is going to ask him some questions so you guys can find out more. Take it away, Sneeze.
I'm here with Gannon of Gannon's Monkeys. So, Gannon, how many karts do you have running tonight?
We started out with 2, and then we started losing a chain on one of them, so we had to retire it because it wasn't worth the effort. And then our second one of our main cap bolts backed out, and it shredded the rod. Here's the rod cap right here. You can see how it's sheared here. When we pulled it out, this bolt was all the way backed out, which kind of indicates our failure mode. And then we swapped the motor from this cart, which is a stock Predator, onto our good cart, and that's what we're running right now.
So I noticed just a second ago that you were having a little bit of issues. What was up with that?
Our belt that we've been running all race is pretty worn out. It was about half the thickness of what it should be. So we swapped it over, and usually when you swap over a belt, the tension on the driver clutch is too high and it'll drag the belt. So we tried push starting them and that didn't work. So we just had to put some heat in the belt to get it moving.
All right. So, are you racing tonight? And how has that been going?
It's been going better than it has in the past. A lot less welding so far. Yeah, it's been great so far.
All right, well, thank you, and Sneeze out.
Alrighty, folks, that was our interview with Gannon, team leader of Gannon's Monkeys. Their race is definitely going a lot better this year. I mean, we saw it last year. They pulled out a welder and was welding their cart together about halfway through the race, so obviously they're doing a little bit better this year. You think they're going to finish the race, Bugs?
You know, I always have faith in Gannon. His team is always, very resourceful, and they've got some of the best pit crew members to get that cart back up and running. But we got to remember, Gringo, they always have something go wrong, and it's largely due they don't have a lot of time to prepare. It's a student team, and they always are getting that cart thrown together the night before. What are your thoughts, Gringo, on them being able to finish this race? All right, Gringo's busy. We're going to come back to him in a little bit. But just an update, they've made 70 laps so far, Gannon's team, and they are going to see if they can get back in this race for the 4-stroke open. Oh, we've got a crash on turn 1. We've got a yellow flag, and it looks like it is that Gannon's cart? It might have been Gannon's cart, but they are back up and running, trying to get them started. And if they can get that cart started, we'll be back on the road again.
And we do have confirmation, folks. It looks like, unfortunately for Gannon, after giving such a great interview, their cart just crashed. They're attempting to get it off of the racetrack so that they can take it back to the pits and look at what went wrong. As soon as we have more information, we will bring you those updates. And Gannon's Monkeys cart is back on the track. Looks like they got it started again, so that's good news for them. Alrighty, folks, we are going to bring you another interview from the pits. Unconstrained Contortion is a new team here, and Sneeze is going to talk to them to figure out what they're all about and who they are. Take it away, Sneeze.
If you're going to be doing most of the talking, I'm going to switch place. All right. So I'm here with, what's your name?
Blake Umber.
And so he is with Unchained Consortium, and I just have a few questions for you about your team. So how long have you guys been together?
We've known each other forever. This is just our second race. We raced the last one in a borrowed cart. This is our first cart that we purchased ourselves. So,
all right, that's really cool. It's always great to see new racers on the track and just have new people involved to keep the blood fresh. So what kind of cart did you have running tonight?
We have a CRG two-stroke 125 cart.
All right, and I don't know your lap count, but last I heard you were in 5th place, which is pretty high for just getting started. So are you guys hopeful about winning tonight, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we're hopeful. We're trying to get as many laps as we can get. We've had a couple of problems. We had a shifter cable break. Then, you know, that takes a while to get that ironed out. We've had battery failures. We've had 2 batteries fail on us. So we're just trying to keep as many laps as we can. Right now we're having to keep it in 2nd gear. We're just still having trouble getting the shifter adjusted right. So that's kind of where we're at right now. But we're hopeful we're trying to break the lap record.
All right. Well, for how many problems it sounds like you've done really well. I have barely seen you off the track, so it sounds like you're doing pretty great. So, and thank you so much for interviewing. Might see you again later, and good luck on the rest of the race.
Man, thanks for having me.
Alrighty, what a great interview. Sneeze is doing a great job talking to everybody in the pits, helping bring y'all a little closer into the race, and we might have some more for you guys later on tonight. We'll see how things shake out, but now back to our originally scheduled program of cars going around in a circle real fast.
Job tonight. You threw a chain twice, so I turned it into a chain trick.
just a reminder, we are coming up on the 2nd and 30-minute mark for the race, and we've got Magic Smoke in first place. Righteous Ride is now in second, and Yellow Jacket 942 is in third place. Coming up on the 200 lap marker.
Just a reminder, make sure that we're switching drivers every hour. The driver can't stay in the car for longer than an hour.
Alrighty, folks, we're going to bring you a little lap totals update for where we're at right now. Currently in first place with 190 laps is Yellow Jacket Racing 942. At 188 laps is Magic Smoke. Remember, that's our electric cart, who was previously leading the race, but they've fallen into second place. Righteous Rides and Unchained Consortium are both at 186. So, I mean, they're neck and neck, and it is really anybody's game right now. Following up is Raptor Racing at 181, and then Yellow Jacket Racing number cart 68 at 165. And then in seventh place is Dilly Racing with 116 laps. Bugs, what are your thoughts about this change in podium position?
This is the first time that Yellow Jacket has taken the podium for first place tonight, and I'm excited to see them win the lead, and hopefully we'll see if they can hold that lead throughout the race. Magic Smoke, we haven't been seeing them making a lot of laps recently. I think they've had some technical issues, had to make some repairs, but they're still back at it, and I think they're on the track still racing, but they haven't been making the laps that they've been making, that they did in the first couple hours of this race, so we'll have to be watching them to make sure that they can keep this up, but they definitely are not out of this race. It's a super close race. The top four, honestly, the top 5 carts are within 10 laps. That's definitely within striking distance, Ringo.
Yeah, we've seen in the past these electric cars start out really strong, but then they run out of batteries. They run out of batteries to use, or the batteries they're using go bad because they're custom homemade batteries. They're not just anything bought off the shelf. And so if they run out of batteries, it's not like gas. It takes them several hours to charge those back up. They're pretty big batteries. So we'll see if they keep sliding in the rankings. If so, that'll probably be an indication of some battery issues, or maybe it was something small. You know, you see a chain slip or a brake failure or anything like that. So yeah, it is really anybody's game right now, and we're about 3 hours into the race, so almost halfway, and we got a lot of racing left to do, folks, so don't go anywhere. This should get interesting. guys fix it? Alrighty, folks, we are going to bring you another interview from inside the pits. We don't have Sneeze this time. We have the club president, Benji, is going to do an interview with Hawk Racing. So go ahead and take it away, Benji.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's me, Benjamin Vasquez, your president for the LeTourneau University Automotive Society for the 2025-2026 school year. Right behind me here, you can see the Hawk Racing team. Now, very interesting fact. This is not only the Hawk Racing team, but there's actually 3 members from the senior design team, Fennec, which yours truly is a part of. If you see in the back here, we have Luke Fagg, Justin Hawk, and William Colbert. Let's go ahead and talk to them right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Luke Fagg, the one and only team lead for Fennec. Luke, how you doing tonight, brother? How's it going?
Hey, we're doing all right, all things considered. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. I saw that you guys have been working on your axle. What happened? Can you tell me a little bit about what happened with that?
Yeah, so we don't really have brakes. So second lap, Justin spins out, hits a curb. We find another axle. It's already kind of bent. First lap, Will goes out, hits a curb, bends the other axle. We found a third axle. Third time's the charm.
Lucky number 3. Third time's the charm. Lucky number 3. Guys, this is Will Colbert, a part of the ground team, which yours truly is also a part of as well. Will, how's it been going for you tonight?
Other than the spin out, it's going great.
That's good to hear, man. Awesome, awesome. And then last but not least, we have Justin Hawk right here, the man himself, part of our data science team for Fennec. Justin, how's it been going for you tonight with the Enduro?
Pretty bad, I'll be honest.
Pretty bad, pretty bad? All right, man.
2 bent axles.
Yeah.
You know, we're about to
hey,
again.
Hey,
so.
Third time's a charm, man. Third time's a charm.
See what happens.
All right. Last but not least, we have over here on this side, Brody. Brody here is a mechanical engineering student. Brody, how's it going for you, brother, being a part of the Hawk Racing team?
Dude, I'm having a blast, man. I love this stuff.
Awesome, awesome. Good to see you guys. Well, there you have it, folks. This is the Hawk Racing team. Once again, we just want to give you all a big thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you all. It's a blessing from us at the Automotive Society to be able to host this race for you all, and we're really excited for this race, and also make sure to tune in for our sprint races coming pretty soon. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Benji. That was Benjamin, or Benji, as our club president, doing a little interview with Hawk Racing. They are currently in 12th place. They were running good lap times, but unfortunately, as you heard in that interview, they bent some axles. Let's hope that this third axle, they get running and can stand on the track for a little bit.
All right, coming back at you with another lab update. We've got Unchained Consortium in first place. They are just finishing their 250 lap mark, and so they are pushing a lot of laps. They could be going towards that lap record. Maybe earlier in this race, we'll see if they can go towards that lap record for the track. In second place, we've got Yellow Jacket Racing, 942. They are at 248 laps, just behind first place. Righteous Rides at 241, a close third. In fourth place, we have Raptor Racing, number 7, at 228. And in fifth place, we've got Magic Smoke at 227. A very close pass there for fourth and fifth. And then sixth place, we've got Yellow Jacket 68 at 205. Actron Racing moving up in the pack. They've got 164. At eighth place, we have Dilly Racing at 139. And Gannon's Monkeys making some headway with 134. And then in 10th place, we've got Yellow Jacket 67 at 109. And then 11th place, we have 23, Yellow Jacket Racing, 74 laps. Hawk Racing is back in the race after fixing their axle that they've been. And they've got a new axle in, and they've made it up to 62 laps, so they've been making some progress. And then Gannon's Other Monkeys, that cart is no longer in the race. It doesn't have an engine anymore in it, and they put that on their 36 cart. That cart, but that one. It's gonna be a close race. We'll keep you all updated on the standings in a little bit.
Alrighty, folks, we are going to bring you Steve with another interview. She's going to be interviewing some of our corner marshals. They're all members of Auto Society, and she's going to help the viewers at home get to know them a little better. So go ahead and take it away, Sneeze.
All right. Okay. All right, I'm here with 3 fellow members of Auto Society. I'll have each of you introduce yourself. So,
I'm Luca Woodworth. I'm Sam DeBoer. I'm David Woodworth.
all right, and what is each of yours just favorite thing about Auto Society?
I think just the fellowship that we have is just really good and solid.
I like the community of like-minded guys just working on cars and racing go-karts.
I really like the, events we have and the fun we are able to do with the go-karts, car shows, events like that. It's really fun.
Yeah, we have a lot of great events. So we have the car show coming up in March. But so as far as tonight, Luca, you're racing. So tell me, how's that going for you?
I didn't hear you. What?
Oh, so you're racing. So tell me how that's going for you.
It's going great. It's so much fun. Hurting a lot just because of how rough our cart is right now, but it's been really good. So much fun.
And I know you two have been on this corner. So have you anything major happened tonight, or what's going on?
Yeah, the temperature is starting to drop a little bit, so I think the road's starting to cool off a little bit. Maybe the tires are getting a little more slick, so we're seeing a little bit more rear end slide out and hit the curb, so it should be an interesting night.
David, do you have anything to add?
Just we've had a few bumpers hit, but no major wrecks right now. One spin out so far. Luckily, everyone's been driving good, safe.
That's good. We always love to see it when we don't have any major accidents and just a few minor repairs just to keep things exciting in the pits. But that's all for me. Back to you.
Alrighty, folks, that was just a few of the corner marshals. Got to know them a little bit, see what they like to do at Auto. Just a reminder, just as Sneeze said, we're having a car show on March 7th. We would love to see any and all of you there. And it's about that time, so I'm going to give a little bit of a placement update. Right now, in first place, we have the Unchained Consortium at 264 laps. We have YJR 942 sitting at 257, and Righteous Rides 98 at 253. I mean, they're all still neck and neck. Looked like Unchained Consortium has pulled ahead a little bit, but I mean, we're 3.5 hours in, got 2.5 hours left. There's a lot of racing left to do. What do you think, Bugs?
There's a lot of room for someone to make this up and take the first place position here. But again, Unchained Consortium has been in first place before, and I think the top 4 racers have all been in first place at some point in this race, and so it's been a battle. They've been changing out from first to fourth all day long. What do you think is going to be the first place finisher if you had to make a bet?
Well, I think right now I'm thinking it's going to be Unchained Consortium. I mean, they're back into first. They were in first. They had a throttle cable snap, and they were able to climb back into first. So that gives me a lot of confidence in not only their driving ability, which they're driving fast. They're doing about 35-second laps, but also their pit crew ability, if anything else does go wrong, the ability to get the cart back on the track in a timely manner. And that's the kind of cart and the kind of team that I like to trust. So they would be my pick right now. What about you, Bugs?
Yellow Jacket Racing, I think they've got a really good shot at coming back here. They're in second place, but what I'm seeing here is they've been putting down some really fast times, 36. But what I'm seeing is also they've been putting their fast times recently. They've been getting faster and faster throughout this race. And Unchained Consortium, their best lap was at lap 47. That's been a little while ago, and they're racing a little bit slower now. Their latest laps have been in the 36s, and it's about the same pace as YJR here, 942. So if they can keep up that pace, I think YJR can be more consistent and more reliable, and we've got 2 hours left in this race. I think they might be able to take this race in first place here.
Alrighty, folks, we will be back in about another 30 minutes to give you another update on our laps. We've got about 2.5 hours left and hoping to have a great race. good. No good. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring you a few more interviews from the pits on the way, so stay tuned. Alrighty, folks. Sneeze is here with Kurt Goodson. He was the main driver of the Yellow Jacket Racing Kart 942 that was doing so well in the race. Unfortunately, this kart is now out of the race due to some mechanical issues, and Sneeze is here to bring all of that information to you. Take it away, Sneeze.
So I'm here with Kurt. So Kurt, you just have been doing pretty well this night. You were in the lead for a little bit, and you blew out the exhaust on your kart. So what happened? What caused that?
I don't know what caused it. I think it's due to having an old exhaust. It's like 5 years old. But I just heard the exhaust note change. I thought the header bolts backed out and ended up blowing a giant hole in the side of my exhaust. Almost melted my suit and my arm because it's spitting flames out, but yeah, just put a hole in it.
That is pretty impressive. I don't know if I've ever seen an exhaust blow out like that, so glad you're all right. And will you be back on the track, or are you out for the night?
We're done for the night unless we can steal somebody's exhaust, but I don't think anybody's going to give it to us. So I think we're done.
Well, it was good to have you, and hopefully we'll see you at the next race.
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sneeze, for giving us that insider look. I have to agree with you, Sneeze. I don't think I have ever seen an exhaust blow out the side. He must have been driving pretty hard for that to happen. Now the team is going to go find another crew to interview, and we will be bringing that to you very shortly. Looks like we've got a yellow flag out on the track. A reminder that that is just requiring all carts to go at essentially a walking pace. Usually it means that somebody has spun out or there's something that they need to look out for on the track upcoming. All right, folks, it looks like our next interview is going to be with Magic Smoke. Reminder that that is our electric cart in this race. And we hear that they're going to be doing a battery swap fairly soon, so we're going to be able to give you live footage of that battery swap. And after they have completed that, we will get an interview with one of the members of that team to ask them any questions that we might have. So if you've got any questions for them on how they do the electric carts and kind of any questions about how that works, throw them in the chat, and I will let Sneeze know to ask those questions. Alrighty, folks, and here we have a live look at that battery swap system for Magic Smoke. Looks like they might be doing a driver change as well. See them pull those batteries off the sides with fresh ones charged and ready to go. And there you have it, folks. That is a battery and driver swap for Magic Smoke. In a few minutes, we are going to come to them with a interview to learn a little bit more about how their cart works. Alrighty, folks. Looks like we've got some breaking news coming out of Sneeze in the pit. Sneeze, what do you got for us?
Okay, so a little update. It looks like we have Kurt Goodson is back on the track. So it looks like somebody, or he was able to find, or somebody lent him an exhaust. So it looks like he's back out until the foreseeable future, until something else goes wrong. So we'll see what that looks like. Back to you, Gringo.
Alrighty. Great breaking news from our In the Pits reporter, Sneeze, bringing us all the latest updates. And we are still waiting on the members for Magic Smoke to be available for an interview. And we'll be bringing that to you shortly. Alrighty, and Sneeze is coming in with a interview with the Magic Smoke team. That's our electric kart team. And she's going to ask him all about how they run an electric kart in this go-kart race. Take it away, Sneeze.
All right, I am here with David Clevenger, who is with the Magic Smoke Kart. So, David, would you tell me a little bit about your kart? You have the only electric kart here on the Enduro tonight.
Sure. Yeah, we've got number 42. Normally, Alex and I race against each other, but for the Enduro, we don't have enough batteries for everybody, so we combine, and it turns into this team. And we have just enough that we can charge and burn batteries at the same time and make it just to the end.
So, what is the, I guess, how long can you run each battery, and how long are you charging them? What does that look like?
Each battery's out for about 20 minutes, and then it charges for 40 minutes. And optimally, right about that 40-minute mark, it's getting to about 85-90% charged, and we throw it back in.
All right, so just watching you earlier swap out batteries, it looks like you have a pretty good system down for changing everything out and swapping drivers with like the least amount of time. So that's really nice. One thing that we wanted to know about was, do you have a brake monitoring system?
Yeah, we've got a live dashboard over on the computer there. It's pulling in telemetry. We're monitoring battery health, brake temperatures, and we're giving and location on the track. So if we see if he's broken down, we know where he broke down at, and we can actually command a pit, and they can let us know that they're coming in. That way they don't surprise us when they're coming in out of the blue. And if they run the battery too low or the brake's too hot, it'll warn the driver and warn us audibly that something's wrong.
Wow, that sounds like a really great system. Have you run into any problems this night, or have you had any issues so far?
So far, only one, and we sheared all of the studs off of a back tire. Nothing a drill and random bolts can't fix.
Well, it sounds like you are pretty quick on thinking on your feet, so glad you were able to get back out, and thank you so much for interviewing. So back to you, Gringo.
All right, thank you, Sneeze. That's really interesting how they're able to do that. And like I said, they're the only electric kart in this race. And in the sprints, as he said, we usually see 2 of them. It takes a lot of work and know-how in order to run those. They're a lot more complicated than just slapping a Predator on a go-kart frame. So we always love to have them out here. And it's about that time, so I will give you a quick standings update. Right now, we're at 313 laps. We have Unchained Consortium at 287. About 20, 30 laps back is Magic Smoke, who we just interviewed. Raptor Racing, Righteous Rise, and Yellow Jacket Racing make up the next 3 at 281, 276, and 266 laps. After that, we have another Yellow Jacket car, as well as Action Racing and Gannon's Monkeys. Action Racing and that Yellow Jacket are fairly close at 188 and 183 laps, and then Gannon's Monkeys are down a little bit, but not too far behind. So we've still got about 2 hours left in this race. It's by no means over. There's plenty of time for somebody's kart to break or another person to really pull back ahead, but we're starting to see some race leaders separate from the rest of the pack. There is no Gringo here this is Gringo here. There is no Bugs, as he is currently driving Gannon's Monkey's kart. His lap times are okay, but he's, I'm not sure he's a professional driver, maybe more of a radio personality and commentator, but we'd love to see him get into the action. So I will be back in another about 30 minutes to bring you some more race updates and any other information and events that we have along the way. looks like we've got some fans of our president here in the chat. Everybody in the Auto Society loves Benji just as much. So we are all Benji fans as well, and we agree he is the #1 president. And remember, folks, if there's anybody that you would like to see an interview with, please let us know in the YouTube chat, and we will do our best to make that happen. And folks, we've got another black flag on the track. This one is for their headlight going out. Nothing to do with their driving. They just have to get into the pits and get that headlight fixed, and they can be right back out on the track. Alrighty, folks, as we're here about 4 hours and 30 minutes into the race, our lap leaders remain unchanged, but I have with me Auto Society President Benji here to give us his thoughts on how the race is going so far. Benji, do you think that our current order of laps is going to remain unchanged, or you think we'll see a new leader before the night is over?
Well, to be honest with you, Gringo, I don't know, man. Magic Smoke is coming in close with Unchained Consortium. But honestly, I think the race is almost kind of set already. As it's been looking, Unchained's been at the top since the beginning of the race, which has been really impressive to see and super awesome to be able to experience. But, Magic Smoke is real close. And, Ratchet Rides has been, for years, one of our top carts here at our races. And it's just so cool to just see how competitive these teams really are. And, close behind is Raptor Racing with 303. I mean, I don't know, man. It's up to the racers.
I agree completely, Benji. This is one of the closest races we've had in recent memory. Nobody has really pulled ahead, although there is plenty of time for them to do that. Hour and a half left in this race. It's not like the race is just starting. There's still a lot of racing left to go, but it's not as much as there was at the start. We're really starting to see some of these teams drop out due to mechanical issues that they just can't fix. I think everybody still in the race has had to go to the pits for at least one mechanical issue and fix it. So that just goes to show how important having a good pit crew and team behind the driver is, as well as having a fast kart. Who do you think is the most surprising team or kart in tonight's race that you really didn't expect to be near the top at this point in the race?
To be honest with you, I gotta say Raptor Racing has done very, very, very well. Ratchet Rides has always been, for a very long time, one of our top teams. Undeniably one of our top teams, one of our best teams. Magic Smoke, I think, has also been a bit of a surprise. They've done very well. And I would say probably like the biggest kart that has surprised me the most has been Unchained Consortium, a new team with us, and it's just super impressive to see. And like you said, the race is only as good as the team that he has, and I think that's such a key element of racing. You can have the best driver and the best car, but if you don't have a crew that supports you and helps you, I mean, it's kind of, you can't win. It's a teamwork.
I agree completely. I mean, Unchained Consortium, this is their first race under that name. They had raced once before with a borrowed kart, but they've done a phenomenal job in building their kart. And yeah, we've never had, at least that I can remember, we've never had an electric kart finish the enduro race. Usually they do great. They're leading the race, and then they just run out of batteries and can't keep going the whole time. So the fact that this electric kart is still keeping the pace that they started with, and as we saw during that interview, they expect to be able to keep that pace until the end of the race. That's super impressive.
I do have to say, Gringo, as you were mentioning, this race has really been impressive to see this electric kart. But what's even more impressive is whenever we have our sprint races and we have the two electric cars going head to head, it's super cool to see, how fast these cars can travel, how skilled those drivers are. It's just so impressive to see. And that's why I want to invite all of y'all who are watching our stream right now, please be sure to tune in for our sprint races that will be coming up very, very, very soon. Super awesome to see, way more faster drive time. A lot more turns, guys. It is super cool to see our sprint races. So please try to tune in for our sprint races that are coming up pretty soon. Ringo, back to you, man.
Alrighty, folks. We will be back to you in about 30 minutes at that 5-hour mark to give an update on our race positions. And, of course, coming with you with any updates we have on any crashes, flags, or anything interesting that we think y'all would like to know. Once again, if you've got any questions or people that you would like us to interview, feel free to throw them in the YouTube stream chat, and we'll be back to you in a little bit.
we are approaching the sixth and final hour of this 6-hour enduro race put on by the Automotive Society. And we are going to give you all an update on the leaderboard. We've got Righteous Rides in first place with 333 laps. Second place, we've got Magic Smoke 42 with 329 laps. Very close, one in second place. Not far behind, Raptor Racing, number 7 with 324 laps. Yellow Jacket Racing, 942, is at 322 laps, tied with Unchained Consortium. And in sixth place, we've got Yellow Jacket 68 with 300 laps. Those are your leaders with over 300 laps each. We've got an hour left of racing. Let's see if Righteous Rides can hold on to this lead throughout the rest of this race. It looks like no one's going to be going for the track record here, as that was set last fall by Righteous Rides, 940. That was their two-stroke cart. They were able to hit 480 laps. So a little bit short of that, but definitely a close race here. That's going to be exciting. There's only 1 hour left, and this is what it comes down to. Can your cart keep running in the 6th hour? Most of these teams are veteran teams. They've been racing for years. Righteous Rides, we heard from them a little bit ago, and they've been racing for about 5 years, and they have a lot of experience, and so their cart has a lot of miles on it. They know how to keep it running, and so we'll see if they can keep that lead. Magic Smoke, they've been very consistent. They've had a couple things break, but not a whole lot of things have gone wrong for them. They've been pretty consistent. Something to look for is you see a good team. What makes a good team is that your best lap time is really close to your average lap time. And a team that's done that really well has been Raptor Racing. Their best time, a 45, is really close to their average, which includes their pits and every stop for fuel and driver changes. So if you're really close to your average time and best time, that's only less than 10 seconds. That's really good for their team. They're spending most of the time on the track. Well, we got a yellow flag here. Cart is looks like we got that cleared. We're back into the race. Now it's cart 9. And again, Righteous Rides, they haven't had the best lap time, but they've been very consistent and also very fast. Magic Smoke, again, they've just had a little bit better average lap times here. Less time in the pits. They don't have the fastest lap time. Righteous has put up faster times with a 37, but again, it's all about that average lap time. And Unchained, their team, they have a very fast cart, but they haven't spent a whole lot of time on the track. They spent a lot of time in the pits, and that's been slowing them down. And then Yellow Jacket, again, same thing for them. They've had a lot of fast times, but they haven't been as consistent as Raptor Racing. And that's a stock cart, which is a lot easier to keep running because a lot of things don't go wrong whenever you have a stock motor. You have a well-built chassis and a well-built cart, you can keep that running for a long time. So that's something to a testament of a well-built cart there and just a well-prepared team there for Raptor Racing. We'll be back with another update in a few minutes.
is outside.
right, folks. We are 30 minutes away from the end of this race, and the leaderboard has changed again. We've got Unchained 103. They are the top of the leaderboard currently. We've got 359 laps. Second place, Righteous Rides at 356. And in the close third place, we've got Yellow Jacket Racing 942 with 355. And then fourth place, also with 353 laps, is Magic Smoke. Raptor Racing has now taken that spot. Magic Smoke is at 329. So the field is super close at the end of this race. This is going to be down to the wire. Top 4 karts are within 5 or 6 laps right now. This is going to be a very tight lap. Very race. We've got each of them putting up about 40 seconds per lap here. Their latest times. And we're going to see who can outlast each other making the finish line. That 2-stroke shifter kart, Unchained, is screaming. They just put up a lap 36.7. That's going to be a great lap time. Righteous Rides just now getting back out of the track from being in the pits a while. And then Raptor Racing is just super consistent, just making every lap count.
Hey, Caleb.
And we've got Raptor Racing stuck up on the curb. It looks like their car is going to be down for the count. And there's only a couple minutes left in this race. The question is, can they get back on the track, or is it just going to be done for them? Alright, sounds like there's some good news from Raptor Racing. Just went out the curb, but they're going to be able to get back in this race before the end of the race. So they're going to come back up on the track and see if they can get back. Just to update everyone, we're going to be extending this race to 12:15 just to make sure we get that 6 hours of this race. We started a little bit later. We had a 15 minutes of a delay at the start of the race, so we're going to finish at 12:15. We've got 30 more minutes left in this race now. On the leaderboard, we've got Unchained, and they are in first place with 377. And then we've got in second place Yellow Jacket 942 with 372. And in third place, Raptor Racing with 368. And then close behind them is Righteous Ride with 365. And coming up, we've got an interview from a Yellow Jacket alumni talking about the past racing experiences and their time after LeTourneau. All right, folks, and we are going to have an interview with a former student of LeTourneau, a member of Yellow Jacket Racing, who's decided to come back to help out with the races once again. And Sneeze is going to find out a little bit more about what he did while he was here. Take it away, Sneeze.
Now that you're back, what do you think of the direction that the club has taken? What are your thoughts on that?
I'm excited with how they've done things and they've prepared. They brought one extra kart than we usually did, so that's a big thing. I'm excited. I think Keenan's done a great job. He's got some good guys around him. They're still looking to find a replacement for me. I was the crew chief as the founding member, so I managed, especially the Enduro is a big thing. So there's still some things to work on there, and I've given them some notes, but I'm excited. I think they're going in a good direction.
That's good. They definitely have come a long way. I remember the first year that they were here and it was a little scattered, but no, you've come a long way. So it's always great to see what you guys have done. And do you think you'll be back in the future Enduros or sprints?
I do have plans to come back for the sprints, and then if I'm invited, I'll come back for the Enduro. I love watching. It's less stress on me to come back and watch and just observe and see little things, but it's fun. I enjoy coming to the Enduro. I'm glad it's here, and I always have a good time.
Yeah, well, it's always great to see alumni, so you're welcome anytime. And thanks for building this great club, and it's really helped the participation in the Enduro out a lot. So it's a great way for students to be involved with just so much easier. So
I agree.
Yeah. So thank you so much, and hope you have a great rest of your night.
You too.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, that was a wonderful interview with some of our alumni. Coming back to watch the races, it's always a great time. We love having our alumni back here at the races. And if you're an alumni who happens to be listening, we'd love to see you back at our sprint race. And we'd also love to see you at our car show on March 7th. Don't forget, folks, it's going to be great. We're coming in. We're at about 5.5 hours into the race, so we're coming down to the last final stretch. The top karts are still very close together. Our current leader at 382 laps is Unchained Consortium. At 377 laps, we have Yellow Jacket Racing 942. And in third place, we have Raptor Racing at 372 laps. And remember, folks, there are different classes for each car. So we have a separate trophy for 2-stroke versus 4-stroke versus 4-stroke open class, and also a shifter kart class. So I believe Unchained Consortium is a shifter kart. So they can get first in their class, and Yellow Jacket Racing could also get first in their class. So they're not exactly direct competitors, but we still love to see who can get the most laps regardless of class. We will be back to you shortly to bring you the last 5 to 10 minutes live as we give you live lap updates. And so, again, we've got a 12:15 cutoff for this race, and we'll be back in the last few minutes of this race to give you the play-by-play and the finish of this race. Will Yellow Jacket be able to catch Unchained? We'll see. It's going to be a tight race. There's only a couple laps separating the top 3 finishers here, so we're going to see who can take the overall victory of the most laps in this Enduro. We'll be back. Action Racing 96 coming into the pits late in this race. We'll see if they come back in this race.
Check. All right, everyone, just an update. We are going to finish at 12:15, just to make that full 6 hours of this race, okay? So, white flag at 12:15, one more lap. You will have a checkered flag.
Looks like we have 6 karts on the track currently out of our beginning 13. A couple of the karts are going to be on and off the track, but we've got about 10 karts that are going to be close to finishing this race running. So this is going to be a great finish for this race. We have Magic Smoke here on the track. Hawk Racing, with all the troubles they've had, they're back on the track with their Kart 41. Dilly Racing is back in the mix here at the end of this race. Unchained, Yellow Jacket 68, Raptor Racing, and those are all the karts on the track currently. We'll see if we have anything change in the next minutes.
ever watch the Little Rascals movie? Younger?
The car's slowing down.
All right, folks. We're approaching 10 more minutes of this race, and it looks like Magic Smoke has just limping back to the pits. We'll see if they can get back in this race, because they are in 5th place. And our current leaderboard update is Unchained Consortium. They are in 1st place, just achieving 400 laps. 2nd place is Yellow Jacket 942 with 394. 3rd place with 387 is Raptor Racing. And then Righteous Rides is in 4th place with 365. And then Magic Smoke with 360. But they just went into the pits. So it looks like we've got a clear leaderboard here. With 10 minutes left to go, it's going to be a little bit too spread out for some of these teams to make it into the top 3. It's going to look like Magic Smoke and Righteous Rides. They're probably going to be out of the contest here. It's going to be a race for first for this top 3 teams. Yellow Jacket 68 might be in striking distance to outmatch Magic Smoke, as they're in the pits currently. That's going to be something to look for also. So, Gringo, what are you seeing in these last couple minutes?
I'm seeing everybody's driving a little bit slower, really just focused on getting to the end of the race. Passing people isn't nearly as important. All of the positions look to be pretty much set. They haven't changed in the past half hour. And I'm seeing the cars that we kind of thought at the start would be finishing, built rock solid. Cars that have driven this race before and know what it takes mechanically in order to finish this race. They're the ones left standing in the end.
These top 3 cars, they're only separated by about 14 laps. This could be a really tight race, but it looks like Unchained, if they can finish this race and not have any problems in these last 8 minutes of this race, they're going to be taking away that 1st place trophy. And they're going to be pushing close to 420 laps. That's a really good number. You don't see a lot of cars pushing above 400, especially 2-strokes. But that's a 2-stroke shifter. They have a really fast time, and they haven't been the most consistent race team here, but they've done a great job at getting back out there, even with these difficulties of things breaking on their kart, and making sure that they can drive some fast lap times. All right, coming around the corner, we've got our two top racers. We've got 942 Unchained, number 103, coming around the corner just now. And you can see them racing neck to neck. They're just pacing off each other, and as they're passing these slower carts, weaving through traffic, they are staying right bumper to bumper. And they're only 6 laps apart. If nothing breaks down and they can keep racing, then it looks like Unchained is going to take this victory. But there is still time. So, as we can see, Unchained, they're just racing good laps. They're racing about 38, 39 seconds per lap. They're not going crazy fast, but they're just keeping up, pushing the pace. There they go again. They're pushing the pace, but they're not going anything dangerous. They want to keep this consistent, and they don't want to risk anything as they have the lead here. I know their team is communicating to their driver, and maybe their driver doesn't know exactly what lap they're on, but they know that what their race plan is for these last couple minutes. You can really see that two-strokes ability just to pull away from the competition on the straightaways. As it has a shifter, its gearing is just superior to the 942, that 4-stroke open class, and they can just have that top speed. There we go, bumper to bumper, right into the corner. This is going to be a great race. We've got 4 minutes left here. 6 laps. They've been neck and neck. They haven't gained or lost any ground. Just staying very, very consistent. As we approach the end of this race, we've got Kart 41. Hawk Racing is back on the track. Here we see 103. They just put down a 34.5. They has done a very impressive time there. That's one of their top times. They're not slowing down at the end of this race. They know they got 2 minutes left, and they aren't holding up or letting go of this race. They're giving it all. Gannon's Monkeys, an update on their team. It looks like their cart, being driven by Luca, spun out and went over a curb. It looks like they're not going to be in this race at the very end. I don't think we're going to see them at the finish line. They had a whole engine swap on that cart. They've done a lot to get that cart to finish this race, but they weren't able to make it.
1 minute left in this race. 1 minute left.
All right, folks. We've got 1 more minute left in this race, and what we're seeing here is Unchained Consortium. They're going to take in the victory with 420 laps. Yellow Jacket finishing just behind, currently at 413. Raptor Racing just pushing over 400 laps. And Righteous Rides still at 365. All right. We've got the white flag being waved. And it starts to come through. All right, we've got the checkered flag. Uh-oh, we've got a cart spun out right at the finish line, but they are able to finish this race. Finishing. And that is Dilly Racing. We see Rider 41, 67, Yellow Jacket, all across the finish line. Going into the pits. Stay with us for our trophy presentation and our announcing of the final scoreboard as we finish up this race here.
real quick, if you guys could bring your carts up to the finish line, we're going to do a picture and awards.
Yeah, you look at it. It's like
Get out there, and I'll just leave it on you. So you'll just be top the whole time.
In between these, like, two or something. But then let's just like talk.
Just my neck.
Check 1, 2.
So what do I do to unmute it?
What's that?
What do I do to unmute it?
It's maybe put it in here, and that should, just temporarily.
You let me know when to go back on the screen. Well, as soon as you start talking for all that, you'll be.
Yeah.
Do we have everybody here? Hey, Ben. Benji, when you talk, we've got both these mics, so should be on screen and talking at the mic.
Is it long?
Everybody.
Hey, tell Brian to come over here real quick.
Who?
Because Brian's gonna be all the trophies.
Gator.
Hello, hello. Hey, Farley, is it on? Hello? Oh, that's loud. Can everybody hear me real quick? Yeah. Awesome, thank you. Well, once again, I just want to thank you all for coming out with us tonight. Everybody that viewed the stream, thank you so much for being a part of this. Honestly, it's a privilege for Auto Society to be able to host these races for you. We thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight, for being able to be with us for the 6-hour race. We want to give a couple of thanks. Obviously, first and foremost, give thanks to God for giving us the opportunity to host these races and being able to be here tonight. Also, thanks to LeTourneau University. You know, they're letting us race on their campus, which is kind of crazy, but super cool too. Big thanks to AWP Safety for the pylons. Big thanks to them. Once again, thank you to everyone for coming up and showing out. Also, just as a quick reminder, we do have our car show coming up March 7th It's free entry, so just come down, have a great time, look at the cars that we have. Also, we will have sprint races coming in April, so be on the lookout for those dates as well. And again, just thank you all for coming out tonight. Really was a great time for all of us. Hope you all had a blast as well. And now we're going to be giving out trophies. So, Gator. Trophies will be given out momentarily.
Hey,
Gator. Yeah, we have to, bro. Go ahead.
All right. First place shifter goes to 103. Congratulations. Four stroke, 942 Yellow Jacket Racing. All right, we got electric. That's Kart 42. Congratulations, dude. Good job. All right, for our stock, we have 67 Yellow Jacket Racing. Good job, dude. Well done. All right. Well, that's it. We had a great race today. Thank y'all so much. I think y'all killed it. You kept it safe and had a great time. Awesome. Good job.
Let's have the prayer real quick, guys, please. Don't bow your heads. Thank you, Heavenly Father, once again, just for the opportunity to be able to have races here at LeTourneau University, God. Thank you for the blessing it is to be able to race. Have a great time, God, being able to do it in your name. Thank you, God, that we were able to have a safe race today, that everybody was able to have a good time. I just pray to God that you just bless us throughout the rest of this night as we each go back home. God, just allow us to continue to glorify and honor your name in everything we say and do, God. Allow us to be the salt and light of the world, and just continue to bless us so that we may be a blessing to the world around us. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, thank you all for coming out. Oh, also, please return your transponders. We'd really appreciate that also. Thank you so much. Also, please get ready for a picture.
So if you could tell them to get to their cart.
Oh, yeah, everybody please go around your cart. So your respective cart, please.
And the guys in the front, just quiet down.
Yeah. Thank you.
Rusty, you got like a picture?
And for everybody from the stream, I just want to say thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching from me and our sideline reporter Sneeze and Bugs, who just disappeared to go collect transponders. We hope you guys will tune in for our sprint races. Oh, here's Bugs. From the team behind the stream, we hope you will tune in next month for our sprint races, and we'll see you then. So, thanks.
Next month, the team. Next month, man.